my hands to the larger service, and my health for better living, for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Thank you, Isabella. Next, we have Miss McKinley Tucker of the Whiteface FFA to lead us in the FFA motto.
Learning to do, doing to learn, earning to live, living to serve.
Thank you, McKinley. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please rise and remove cover, we will have Miss Kendra Ratliff of the Valley View FFA lead us in a word of prayer.
Please remove all hats and bow your heads with me. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for bringing us together this morning. We thank you for the early mornings, late nights, trials, and tribulations it has taken to get us where we are today. We pray for all of the judges, photographers, staff, families, and exhibitors that make this event possible. We pray that today everyone remembers, win or lose, the reason that we're here. We pray that when we leave this barn, we leave knowing that above all else we have glorified you and your name. Thank you for being all caring, all loving, and all forgiving. Your yoke is easy, your burden is light, and we pray for a joyful day. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. And if you'll please remain standing as Miss Paisley Allison of the Lynn County 4-H leads us in the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you.
Well done. And if you'll turn your attention to the big screen, we have a video for you. Well, good morning, Rodeo of Austin. Let's kick it off with Class 1 of the Durocs. Today's judge is Mr. Justin Rodabaugh of Rensselaer, Indiana. Justin graduated from Purdue University and was on the livestock judging team in 2005. Justin runs a seed corn business in the Northwest Indiana area and is part owner in the Tres Amigos Show Pigs. They run over 100 show pig sows. Justin is judged in 20 states at all levels and is married to his wife Rhonda of 18 years. They have 4 children, Landry, Riley, Gentry, and Remy. Let's give our judge, Justin Rodabaugh, a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 2, first call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 2 Durocs, come to the show ring, please. Class 2 Durocs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 2, third and final call.
Well, good morning. It's certainly a pleasure to be here in Austin and get the opportunity the next 2 days to evaluate your Barrows show. And once again, I commend each and every one of you as we wrap up the Texas majors. I can't imagine. I tried to explain that to my family. The gauntlet you guys have been through with county and then just coming back for all these majors. But hey, I'll tell you one thing. I'm very excited to work through the swine show here the next couple days, but more importantly, an opportunity to work with your youth at the same time. I thought it was an unbelievable way to start off the morning anytime that you can have a prayer and sing the national anthem, especially on a Sunday. This is a day that the Lord's given us, and so it's with great honor that I'm here and that we'll be able to evaluate the hog show the next couple days. I think we got a good way to get started, maybe just not that clear-cut winner within our first class of Durocs, but these are the two, the balanced the best, that are the soundest and most complete, that check the most boxes from me. And at the same time, there's one that offers more chest width. He's more genuine in his chest. You take that to the ground there. He maintains squareness to the highest degree. And then when you get on top of him, this bear has just naturally got more shape. He's got more shape to his blade. He's bigger there in the center portion of his back. And at the same time, he's more robust through the center portion of his cage. Still leaves you plenty adequate square and true out of his hip and hock. Ideally, I'd relax him and change him there on his front feet and raise him there ever so slightly. But that's the bear that offers power that's still in a comfortable skeleton. I thought the bear that most resembles our class winner is the young man's bear that's going to land here in second. A very tall-shouldered, extended bear. And with that, you get him on the profile. His line's balanced in terms of his top line. He's got good range of motion off of both ends of his skeleton. It still has some feature, and that bear is very immature about his look for a lightweight bear. If you ask that one to continue to go up in weights, he can certainly do that. He's not as opened up. He's not as big up high as our class winner, but that's a nice bear there to be in too. Here's a pig that does offer us more just in terms of shape there to his blade. He's a shorter body bear that proportions extremely well. He's big up high. He's got plenty of shape to his upper hip and stifle. With that, it comes in a few more parts parts and pieces, he's not as extended and attractive up through his front 1/3 as the two that we had ahead of him. Here's a bear that comes out next, a dense, stout-featured one, jaw, forearm, and hind leg all reading stout and true at the same time. He's not as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck. He too's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg in the way he wants to use that hip and hind leg. Relax him in his rear foot. Give him a shot more, just freshness there throughout. Similar situation with this bear, sound, fault-free, good design bear in terms of pattern and build. At the same time, don't read him quite as fresh and youthful. He gets a little flatter there through the center portion of his blade. He doesn't have he's not packing as big of a punch just in terms of shape and dimension. I change this one as he comes at you and need to relax him in his front part of his shoulder and need to open him up just in terms of base width. On down the line here, we still got some good bears. They get a little piecier here throughout. We just need to change these in an area or two. But once again, a good class, good way to start. Big round of applause to those kids here in Class 1 of our Durocs.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Your results from Class 1, first place, Mila Friesenhan of Southwest FFA. Second place, Eli Patterson, Hale Center FFA. Third place, Miranda Ham, Ellis County 4-H. Fourth place, Whitney Hefton, Burke Burnett FFA. Fifth place, Brooklyn Kelly, New Caney FFA. Sixth place, Mabry Lewis, McLennan County 4-H. Seventh place, Hadley Garrett, Hardeman County 4-H. Eighth place, Kenzie Bridgman of Borden County 4-H. Ninth place, Kaylin Langford, Victoria County 4-H. And 10th place, Levi Hild of Wilson County 4-H. Oh, yeah. I know a little. It's part of my. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, first call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, second call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, this is your third call to the show ring. Class 3 Durocs, third call to the show ring, please.
Really a good class up here, and especially within these top pair. Those are the ones that hit me the hardest in the sift pin. We jammed them back into a pin pretty quick, and I think between the Barrows, there's one that's just more athletic, just in terms of range of motion. He can cover the track in 3-to-1 or 2-to-1 at a faster pace than the one we got in second, and that's due to him being built so good. He's good out of his front shoulder and knee. He's got a very good hip and hind leg, and with that, step on, get with that one on the profile. Lines and levelness still blend and balance, and then you see that bear up close and in person. He's still got enough shape and spread to go with it. I thought he needed to be our class winner just in terms of range of motion and mobility. He's just the athlete of the two out here. I thought the bear that most follows our class winner is the young man's bear that comes into this one's impressive when you get right on him, and just in terms of shape of blade, his conformation and pattern's good, just in terms of overall condition. A bear that's got enough shape and spread when you get on him. He's very good through the center portion of his body. He's not just as athletic as our class winner in terms of range of motion. He's a slower pace, slower gauge bear that just doesn't want to cover the track with as much ease and comfort. But I like that feature that bear has in terms of jaw, forearm, and hind leg. All those things read extremely good out here. He's just not quite as an athlete, as we mentioned a couple times within our top pair. The bear that comes out of 3, a similar situation, a stout featured bear that's got width between his eyes. He's a big forearm bear. He's got a loose rear foot and hind leg. With that, he's not as fresh and youthful as the two that lead him there in class. He's not as good through the center portion of his body, but I thought his overall hip and hind leg and just look and feature needed to work him towards the top of the class. I'd relax him in the front part of his blade, make him bigger and more robust through the center portion of his body. A good bear the young lady does a nice job with. He just gets too straight in the front part of his shoulder. Of our top 4, he's not as wide, square, and true and genuine through his chest floor. He's not as square in his knee, but from his blade back, he's a fresh, youthful bear that's still got some shape and feature to go with it. We just need to reconstruct him up front, and just in terms of angle to his front blade and just the width and dimension that he has when he comes directly at you. This bear has maybe got as much true shape as anything within the class. He's a big bladed bear that's got a big top blade in him. You step in behind him, he's got as much shape through his upper hip and stifle. With that shape, he gets rounder. He's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg. He too doesn't want to blend in his ham-loin junction just quite as good. Rebalance that bear, change him up through his front 1/3, blend him differently behind. Just a sound fault-free one that needs to be stouter feature comes out next. Then we run into a few more structure issues on down the line. Just need to make these bears more athletic, change that bear through the center portion of his body. This bear overall needs to be fresher up through his head and neck, and then this bear needs to be more genuine as he comes at you. Change that bear that rounds out the class in terms of angle to his front blade. Once again, a good class, nice pair up there at the top end. Congratulations to those kids.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top-dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Place. Lindley Bice, Randall County 4-H. 7th place, Riley Parks, New Braunfels FFA. 8th place, Hattie Creech, Martin County 4-H. 9th place, Mason Skull, San Patricio County 4-H. In 10th place, Charlotte Bryn Sheets of Friendship Memorial FFA. Class 4 Durocs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors from Class 3 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 4. Second call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs. This is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 4 Durocs, third and final call.
here in Class 3. Certainly some differences within our top trio to work with, and I'll be honest, there's some give and take and back and forth within that trio. At the same time, I think the one that leads off for me, does read the stoutest in terms of his head and his forearm. He's got a big hind leg to go with it. I think he's a little tidier and neater about the top side of his neck, and yet a bear that's very proportional in terms of length of body. He's the best of the top three in combining true muscle shape up high, muscle shape as you leaves you, and he's the best through the center portion of his body. Still maintains a good enough look and pattern from the side. He comes at you wide, square, true. He leaves you with the same base width. He's a big-footed bear that maintains squareness to the highest degree, and I like the angle to the front part of his shoulder. I like the height there at the point of his blade and his extension up on the top side of his neck, and I think at the end of the day, of our top three, he proportions the best just in terms of length to height and still having some punch through the center portion of his body. I thought the bear here in 2 just naturally has more genuine muscle shape than the one that we drop in 3. Here's a bear that's good in terms of his condition and his pattern and his build. Overall, he's not as good through the front part of his shoulder, and as I mentioned, not quite as good there through the top portion of his crest and neck, but still a good bear just in terms of one that presents a good look. He's got range of motion. His skeleton works, both coming and going. A nice bear there to land in 2. I thought both of those bears generally have more true muscle shape and probably are a little bit better just in terms of composition. I read this bear to be pushing a little more bark through his throat latch there, right behind his elbow pocket as you study him there compared to our top 2. He comes at you. He's not as wide, square, and true and genuine in his chest and squareness of a knee, but without a doubt, that's a husky one just in terms of stoutness of feature. He's got a big forehead. He's got a stout jaw, big forearm, very good loose rear foot and a hind leg to go with it. Just maybe got a little more on him. He doesn't have the power and the punch and just in terms of shape. Here's a good pattern, good profiling bear that's tall-shouldered and extended. His body shape's not as good as our top 3. He doesn't open up with as much base width coming or going in relevance to our top 3. The young man does a good job of showing his sandy-colored bear there in 4. The young lady does a great job on this bear as well. Longer the drive goes, he gets tighter and more stilty off of both ends of his skeleton. He's not as athletic out of his front shoulder. Consequently, you transition to his rear third. He's not as athletic out of his hip and hind leg. His stifle gets a little more forward. He gets higher in his flank. He's just not, he's got to go better for me to get him up within our top 4. This bear gets a little plainer out through his front 1/3, but a sound structured bear. I told the young lady of our top 5, he's the plainest in terms of muscle shape. He's the least descript. When you get right on top of him, that bear has got to pack a bigger punch as he goes away from you. Just gets too flat in his upper hip and lower stifle, but his overall balance and build is what allows him to surface in the top 5 within this class. This bear is just not as fresh and youthful through his head and neck. It's more forward in his shoulder. His body shape there from forerib to flanks not as good as the ones we had that preceded him here in this class. On down the line, this bear gets a little frailer there through his jaw and his forearm. Run into a few more that got some structure issues we just need to change. Once again, a good class up there within our top trio.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
County 4-H. 8th place, Cindy Wilson, Brownwood FFA. 9th place, Brayley Butler, Armstrong County 4-H. And 10th place, Audie Usner of Fredericksburg FFA. If a representative for Jagger Collier Snyder FFA, please report back behind the photo booth. You won the lottery. Please, a representative of Jagger Collier, please meet back there for your drug test. First and second Durocs from class 1, 2, and 3. First and second, start making your way to the show ring. This is your first call. First and seconds from class 1, 2, and 3. You will be reweighed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors from class 4 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds from Class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds, Class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. Second call to the show ring. First and seconds, Class 1, 2, 3 Durocs is your third and final call to the show ring. First seconds from Class 1, 2, and 3 Durocs. This is your third and final call to the show ring.
Good way to wrap up our last class, and I think a competitive class within our top trio out here. And I guess the one for me that just checks the most boxes is the young lady in the center of the ring. A bear that comes at you, he's got base width and squareness to the highest degree. A bear that's very, very proportional. He's the best through the center portion of his body, and yet maintains proportionality from the side in terms of length of body. His hip and his upper hip and rump, and the way he uses his hind leg is more athletic than the one that we've got here in second. At the same time, I trim him just a little. He's got plenty on him out here in terms of condition for me, but he looks like a heavyweight bear. He's moderate in his stature. He's wide. He's true. He's genuine, and he still reads extremely fresh out here for a bear of this weight. The one we got in second, he is a taller shouldered bear that's maybe even a little more extended ahead of his blade, but with that, he gets shorter in his upper hip and rump, He doesn't blend quite as good in his ham-loin junction. That shortness there at that angle there doesn't allow him to use his rear foot and his rear pasturing quite as good as our class winner did, but that's a tall-shouldered one that's got all kinds of shape and muscle. I like his body condition. I like the power that hog does bring. He's genuinely got a raw shape on the top side of his blade, just not as long hip, not as athletic as our class winner was. Here's a bear that we work towards the top and I think covers a lot of boxes. He's got a good look ahead of his blade. This bear too is good when you get on top of him in terms of shape and dimension to the center portion of his back. He leaves you with a big upper hip and stifle to go with that. He's the longest bodied of our top three, and he's definitely the most rock forward in the front part of his blade. We need to set that blade angle back and just into his skeleton a little better. That would allow him just to drive and flex. Don't read him quite as fresh there through his flank and his lower body as our top two, but that's a good bear. The young lady does a good job of driving and presenting. I like this bear a lot that comes out of 4 from the side profile. That's a tall-shouldered, heavy-boned one that's stout about his jaw. He's big about his arm. He has got a big foot and a very loose hind leg. That's an intriguing pig. I'd like to know what his pedigree is within that regard for the attributes and some of the positives that he brings to the table. Within our top 4, he's the narrowest chested. I don't read him as fresh and youthful. He doesn't have as much just true, genuine shape when you get right in on top of him, but that's a loose skeleton bear that's elevated, extra stout in his feature. He's got to pack a bigger punch just in terms of shape and dimension. He's got to come at us with a bigger and broader chest floor in order for me to move him up. Similar situation to this bear, gets a little forward in the front part of his shoulder. He's not as wide and broad and genuine when he comes at you. He gets a little flatter and plainer there through the center portion of his body, not packing as big of a punch just in terms of shape and dimension. This hog does that comes out of 6 does have more shape and dimension. He's a bigger bladed bear that's very good through the center portion of his cage. With that, he's not as attractive ahead of his blade. His shoulder as well, as we mentioned, gets a little forward there and just give him a shot more elevation and look through his front 1/3, but good in terms of shape and dimension. We change gears here. Here is a taller fronted, longer faced, and a more extended one through his front 1/3. Not as good through his lower portion of his body. He too gets straighter up through his blade and shoulder as well. Then we come on down the line here with some style featured bears. Don't read him fresh and is youthful for this class. This bear gets too straight off of both ends of his skeleton. This one needs a shot more just overall bone and feature. He gets a little flatter about the center portion of his blade. Young ladies bear, both of these need more center body and just overall freshness. Once again, a good class. Nice way to wrap up our Duroc show.
Every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
Riley Halfman, Tom Green, County 4-H. 7th place, J.C. Barker, Hale County 4-H. 8th place, Lincoln Taylor, Lynn County 4-H. 9th place, Ainsley Wilson, Brownwood, FFA. And 10th place, Brayley Atterbury, Abernathy, FFA. In the show ring, we will have our Duroc breed drive from Class 1, Mila Friesenhan, Southwest, FFA. From Class 2, Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. From Class 3, Harper Nail, Tom Ball, FFA. And from Class 4, Taylor Horn, Harrison County 4-H. At this time, this is your first call for Class 5 Berkshires. First call to the show ring, Class 5 Berkshires.
Well, again, I think we've had a great start to our show here in Austin in 2026. If you would, big round of applause for all 4 of our class winners here in our Duroc division. Again, quite honestly, we raised these at home, and I'll be honest, this breed's been a little hard to put together for the last year or two here, and just getting hogs that combine those things, and a lot of them now don't come at you with enough true, genuine base width, especially coming at you. Blade angle becomes a big sort factor for me within this breed, but I'm happy with the 4 that we have out here, and again, I think it's been a very high quality show to get to this point. Congratulations to these kids. And as I step back, which one is the combination one? Which one combines base width, squareness? Which one's very, very genuine? He's good in his body shape, and yet he's still got all kinds of shape and power. If you would, big round of applause. We'll get you a champion red.
Your champion Duroc comes from Class 4, Taylor Horn, Harris County 4-H. Entering the ring is Hayes Harkins, Williamson County 4-H. Class 5 Berkshires, second call to the show ring. Class 5 Berkshires, second call to the show ring.
Again, as we drop the second out, and we just got done describing that bear that's very impressive when you get on top of him, is his length of hip and rump just quite as good in terms of range of motion. I thought that champion checks the most boxes for us. And as we get back out here, there's different places I think that you could talk and analyze out here for reserve. The one I'm second most comfortable with, just in terms of one that paints an awesome picture from the side. He's tall-shouldered, he's extended, he's still very, very fresh and still youthful for a bear of this size and stature, and yet at the same time, I think he's the loosest designed out of his front shoulder. He's the best out of his hip and hind leg, and with that, he's still got enough shape and genuine muscle shape up high. Not quite as wide and square and true and genuine when he comes at you as our champion, but I really like this bear's pattern and profile. Young man right here in the vest has got reserve.
Your reserve champion Duroc comes from Class 2, Corbin Earhart, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 5 Berkshires, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 5, third and final call to the show ring. Attention in the barn. Just a reminder, if you are lucky enough to make the sale, please get your picture taken at the photo booth. If your animal is exhibited in the sale, please get a picture into the photo booth. Also, this is a public service announcement. No parents need to be in the loadout alley, just the exhibitors with their animal. No parents. Please do not enter the loadout alley. Class 6 Berkshires. This is your first call to the show ring. Class 6 Berkshires. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn. Can Mia McMines, Davenport FFA, please go to the livestock office? Mia McMines, Davenport FFA, please come to the livestock office. Class 6 Berkshires, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 6, second call to the show ring. Class 6, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 6, Berks, this is your third and final call to the show ring.
Here in our first class of Berks, honestly, we got different shapes and sizes throughout this class to work through, and yet at the same time, the one that hit me the hardest back there in the SIF pin, and the one that we're going to lead off the class with, this one's the most manly when you get on top of him. Shaped to his blade, he's got the biggest, broadest back of anything in the class, and with that, he's awesome through the center portion of his cage, just in terms of his fill and his rib shape. That thing's got feature. He's stouter arm, bigger ankle, and then got a bigger hind leg than the one that we landed in two, and yet at the same time he comes at you square, true, and genuine, and still leaves you in the same regard. A good bear. He's not the fastest pace bear out here, but the young man knows how to drive him. His angles and joints to me still read true and genuine. I give him maybe just a shot more flex to his rear hock and ankle at times, but that's a dang good bear that's rolled up high. He's the best through the center portion of his body and combining stoutness of feature with a show ring look here at Austin this year. The one we got in two is a very tall fronted. He's an extended bear ahead of his blade. He's a little longer necked and maybe even a little more tighty at the top of his crest than the one we let off with. At the same time, he's not as big and robust through the center portion of his body when you get right in on top of him, but that bear paints an awesome look from the side. The young lady does a great job of driving and presenting that one, and still looks like a lightweight bear that, if you ask him, could continue to go up in weights. And I think that is important within lightweight hogs. I know we're showing them today, but they got to have the skeleton to still maintain weights if you ask them to later on. And that's a good bear, just in terms of his composition, spot on in terms of muscle and condition. A good pair of bears there at the top end. This one's not as stout featured. When you study his front arm and ankle and his front foot, he doesn't come at you as wide, square, genuine, and broad as our top pair does, but from his blade back, he's good through the center portion of his body. He's still got some shape and roll to the top part of his back there. He's impressive when you get right in behind him. His upper hip and his stifle is still being a loose hinged bear. It just gives up too much in terms of overall feature in comparison to our top pair. Here's a bear that probably goes a little quicker in his maturity pattern for a lightweight. He's got a little more throat and neck to him there. When you study his throat lash, he's not extended on the top side of his neck. And then as you analyze this bear from his rear third, gets a little shorter in his upper hip and stifle. He's not as athletic in the way he wants to use that big paw and that big hind leg, but very good through the center portion of his body. Just need to extend that one and extend that one in terms of his top of his neck and his upper hip and rump, but a well-driven bear there to be in four. Here comes a bear that comes out next. It's a little harder to analyze, wants to fight just a little more on the whip at times, but a bear that's impressive just in terms of his center body. He's a bull-bladed barrow. He's not quite as athletic as you get in right behind him. Wants to funnel and cave just a little bit there at the ground, but awesome in terms of stoutness of feature, skin and hair spot on. The young lady does a great job of driving it. Of our top 6 that we resorted, this is the frailest of our top 6. He's the most forward in his shoulder. He wants to narrow in his chest floor. He needs to be a bigger arm bearer that's stouter about his front ankle in order for me to move him up. But the young lady does an awesome job of driving and presenting that one. This one does have more shape and spread. He's a very proportional barrow. He gets frailer in his front arm and his front foot comparison to our top 6, as we discussed with the bear that was directly ahead of him. This hog needs to have more freshness and uniqueness about ahead of his blade. Gets a little wasty in his throat lash, gets a little thicker in his crest. We come on down on a deep class. Just need to change these barrows structurally off of one end or the other. But a good class, good way to start off our Berkshire. Big round of applause for those kiddos here in Class 1.
Your results from Class 5. In first place, Cameron Hamrick, Quanah FFA. Second place, Hartley Kucharowski, West FFA. Third place, Hunter Harris, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Fourth place, Emma Johnston, Ponder FFA. Fifth place, Georgia Walgren, Lavernia FFA. Sixth place, Aubrey Bowman, Davenport FFA. Seventh place, Kane Albrock, Potter County 4-H. Eighth place, Jacob Bustillos, West FFA. Ninth place, Cooper Reed, Mills County 4-H. And 10th place, Tinsley Miller, Littlefield FFA. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 7 Berkshires, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 7, first call to the show ring. Class 7 Berks, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 7, this is your second call to the show ring. Also, exhibitors and parents, if you are wanting a picture at the backdrop, please hold your animal in the holding pens as soon as you leave the show ring. Once they go down the alley to the loadout, you will not be able to bring your animal back. If you want your picture with the backdrop, please take it as soon as you leave the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn, this is a public service announcement. They will be having a church service at 11 o'clock at the 100X tent just south of the barn. If you want to attend a church service at 11 o'clock, it's in the 100X tent just south of the barn here at 11 o'clock. Class 7 Berks, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 7, third and final call to the show ring.
Here in our second class of Bergs, definitely some trade-offs back and forth, even definitely within our top pair, but within our top 4 or 5, and maybe just not the absolute one that's got to rise to the top. And I guess as I step back and analyze this pair of bears, I think the bear that we're going to lead off with comes at you more genuine and true, and from chest, knee to ground. He's a stouter forearm bear that's got a bigger front ankle to go with it. This bear is very impressive when you get on top of him. He's very proportional in his body type. He's good through the center portion of his body. He's got a big roll to the center portion of his back, and yet leaves you very true and square and comfortable in that regard. I'd tidy him up about his head and neck, and that's where the bear here in 2 excels. This bear's got probably a little more show ring appeal just in terms of his height to shoulder and the way he balances there at the top of his crest and into his blade. A bear that's got a big fresh back. He's good in terms of composition. The longer the drive win. I didn't think he was quite as flexible out of his hip and hind leg. He gets a little shorter in his upper part of his rump. And more importantly, the deciding factor within that top pair, when they drive genuinely right at you, he's not as stout in his forearm and he's not as genuine from knee to ground as our class winner, but a bear that's very easy on the eyes from the side in terms of height to shoulder and overall look. Here's another one. The pattern's very good from the profile. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting this one. A stout feature, clean necked bear that's very sound and athletic in his step and stride. He's the driest. When you study him through his chest, he's the driest in the lower portion of his body. He's the flattest in terms of his rib shape and center body of our top trio. He needs to be opened up in those regards. If we can expand that guy through the center portion of his cage, give him a shot more shape up high, that one can rival our class first and second because he's very athletic and still stout featured. I thought this bear just fell out of bed just in terms of the way he wants to balance out of his head and neck, wants to run downhill, gets a little thicker there through the top portion of his crest, but good in terms of range of motion, hip and hind leg. Don't read him as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck. The one that comes out next, I like this one, and I thought he'd be towards the top of the class just in terms of a bear that's stout featured. He's got awesome skin and hair. He's big armed. He's still attractive. You study this one, the longer he goes, he gets more lethargic in his hip and his hind leg. He wants to wrinkle the most there in his ham-loin junction. Just need to change him in those regards. I didn't read this bear as stout featured. He gets more forward there in the front part of his shoulder. He too wants to deviate and come in from knee to ground when you get directly in front of him. This bear, a similar situation. He needs to be squared in the front part of his knee. Not as fresh and youthful. I'd clean him there behind his glands, but more importantly, he's got to come at you genuine and more square up front. On down the line here, just get a few bears either structurally we'd like to change or just fall out of bed in terms of feature. But again, a good class. Congratulations to those kids. A challenging one to line up.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Josh, Gillespie County 4-H. 8th place, Rhett Strassner, Hockley County 4-H. 9th place, Alyssa Purcell, Denison FFA. 10th place, Kylie Keith, Lee County 4-H. Exhibitors, just a reminder, if you are wanting pictures, please stop at the holding pens as soon as you leave the show ring and get your picture at the backdrop. Do not send your animal down the alley. You will not be able to bring it back. Take your pictures as soon as you leave the show ring at the backdrop. First and second Berks from class 5 and 6. Start making your way to the show ring. This is your first call. First and second Berks from class 5 and 6. First call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and seconds from class 5 and 6. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds from class 5 and 6. Berks, start making your way back to the show ring. This is your second call. First and seconds, class 5 and 6. This is your third and final call. Back to the show ring. First and seconds from class 5 and 6. Third and final call to the show ring.
Very fun class to wrap up our last class of Berks. And oh, hey guys, we're real good on this top 5 or 6 out here. And again, these two I like a great deal. Surface to the top, and yet at the same time, there's one that just is a he-man out here. He blows the other one away just in terms of shape of blade, shape to his and stoutness to his forearm. He's got a big hind leg to go with it. That bear is very dang proportional, and he is rolled up and maxed up high. He's got a big pin set. He's square coming and going. A good hog that's just got too much horsepower for the rest of them to compete with in this drive. A good place to start. I like a lot of things from this bear. If you want to get off the side of one, I think this bear is still good enough looking for this weight. He's got shape and dimension on the top side of his blade. Both 3 and 4 don't come at you quite as square, true, and genuine as our class winner. This bear planes out and gets a little close there from behind compared to our class winner. But an an awful good pair of bears there to be 1 and 2. This one got coming in 3. He's probably the most shapely, just in terms of shape to his blade. He is awesome through the center portion of his cage. He's big and maxed up high as well. I'd change his front 1/3 of his skeleton. When he comes at you, he's not as genuine there, knee to ground. He gets a little forward and tighter in the front part of his shoulder, but you talk about proportions on one. That one is rolled up high. He's got a tremendous center body, still got a good angulation and hip and hind leg. I change and I get nitpicky on that bear up front. This bear is just not as good when you study his body shape as our class winner. He's not as opened up and genuine as we've talked throughout the day. When he comes at you, he's not as big in his front arm and his front foot. He's more importantly, his body shape's not quite as good as the ones we had ahead of him, but a bear that balances. He's complete. He's got a good hip and hind leg to go with it. That's a darn good 4th place bear here in this class. One that's got added feature comes out next. Jaw shape, head shape. He's got a big arm to go with it. Of our top 5, he's the most moderate and shortest in his cannon. He gets a little straighter in that right rear and pastern. He actually looks better now than when he did for our top 5. He gets tighter there. He's got more set to his hock. He's just not as athletic. And I give him a shot more look and extension in terms of height to shoulder in his front 1/3. This one does have that. Height to shoulder, look and extension's good. He's not as dense featured. When he comes at you, he's not as bold in his chest, doesn't maintain that width from chest, knee to ground quite as good, but a bear that's very proportional, just runs out just a little bit on stoutness to feature, not quite as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck as the ones we had ahead of him. On down the line here, just need to change these bears in an area or two. Gets a little rounder here, gets a little rounder out of his hip and rump, needs to be lengthened there in that regard. This bear's got too much crest and neck for me, just needs to be sharper looking and fresher design. This bear needs to have more just genuine feature. Young lady on the far side, and all 3 of these to that extent. We got to change the top of their crest and their neck, give them just a little more show ring look, but a very good class, very good up there on the top end. Big round of applause for class 3 Berkshires here in this drive.
Your results from Class 7, 1st place, Sutton Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. 2nd place, Brindley Hatfield, Haskell FFA. 3rd place, Reed Shacker, Dumas FFA. 4th place, Whitley West, Divine FFA. 5th place, Addison Horn, Harrison County 4-H. 6th place, Kylie Herholzer, Jourdanton FFA. 7th place, Kane Georgitis, Falls City FFA. 8th place, Landry Clark, Bridgeport FFA. 9th place, Shelby Pample, Comal County 4-H. And 10th place, Adeline Gunn, Academy FFA. From Class 5, Cameron Hamrick, Quanah FFA. Your 1st place from Class 6, Lila Bonert, Kendall County 4-H. And your class winner from Class 7, Sutton Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. Class 8, Dark OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring.
As we did with the Durocs, if you would, round ringside, big round of applause for these 3 exhibitors here in our Champion Burke Drive. Again, the Burks have certainly offered some unique parts and pieces to sort through within our 3 classes that we've had to work with, and not all of them have been exactly similar, but at the same time, I'm happy with these 3 class winners. They're different in area too, but regardless of that, there's one that just overpowers them in terms of feature, shape, and dimension up high. Help me congratulate the young lady out of our last class.
Your champion Burke comes from Class 7, Sutton Winter, Lubbock County 4-H. Entering the ring is Brindley Hatfield, Haskell, FFA. Class 8, Dark OPB's second call to the show ring. Class 8, this is your second call to the show ring.
Again, out here for reserve. I think it gets a little tighter and closer out here. That bear that comes out of the first class, as we described, that one's impressive when you get on top of him. He's got a little more neck for probably a lightweight, gets a little tighter hinged out here. Our medium weight, he's rolled up, he's big up high, still gives you a good look from the side. As I said in class, I don't know, just knee to ground, is he's quite as genuine as a few of the other ones, but still a sound structured bear that's fresh in his own right. And the young ladies bear that rounds out the last class. I thought a very deep class, one that's impressive when she gets him composed on the side, not a loose joint in that one's body. And as we talked within class, I tweak him just a little knee to ground, but at the same time, I think parts and pieces, putting everything together. Young ladies, second place is our reserve.
Your reserve Burke is your second place, Class 7, Brindley Hatfield, Haskell, FFA. Class 8, Dark OPBs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 8, third and final call to the show ring.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the champion's formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Riley Smith, Midland County 4-H. You're needing the show ring. Riley Smith, bring your animal to the show ring. Attention in the barn. We will break for lunch after the white OPB breed drive. We will break for lunch after the white OPB breed drive and start back after lunch with the first class of Hamps. Patrick Scott, if you will come to the announcer's table. Patrick Scott, please come to the announcer's table, please. Class 9, Dark OPBs. First call to the show ring. Class 9, Dark OPBs. This is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 9, Darko PBs, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 9, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 9, Dark OPBs, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 9, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Paige Marshall, Wall FFA, bring your animal to the show ring. Paige Marshall, Wall FFA, please bring your animal to the show ring.
Nice class to get started here in our dark OPBs, and honestly a challenging class to line up within our top four. We got two that are sitting, stouties that are sitting there in 3 and 4, just wanted to give up on the drive and just had a change of attitude out here. So we end up with these two that can cover and motor around the ring here in first and second. And I think of our top two, there's a buyer that in the spotted colored buyer that comes at you just a little more genuine. He's square there, knee to ground than our other buyer, and at the same time I like his height to shoulder. I like the way he blends in the top side of his neck and crest a little better, and yet this buyer is deceiving. You get on top of him, he's got enough shape and spread and roll there the center portion of his back. He leaves you very impressive through his upper hip and stifle, and the longer the drive goes, that one maintains comfort level out of his shoulder and his hip and hind leg. I thought a nice place to start. I thought he was a little stouter featured when you study his jaw and his front ankle in relevance to the one we've got here in 2. That class winner is a bigger footed buyer that has more just stoutness of structure, and with that this buyer is very impressive when you get on top of him. He's got all kinds of shape and spread. He's good through the center portion of his body. He's still fresh and youthful for a buyer of this size and weight. I don't read him quite as square when he comes at you. That left front, I change him there knee to ground, and I'd stouten him in his feature, relax him in his rear ankle the longer the drive went, but he was able to maintain the drive better and more consistently than the buyer that we got in 3. I like a lot of things about this one. This is a stout, dense featured buyer that comes at you like a Mack truck. He's big chested. He's got a big blade. With that, he's just got a cruddy attitude out here and doesn't want to drive and give up on the young man. That buyer gets a little plainer in his upper hip and stifle when you get right in behind him compared to our top 2, but that's still a well-dressed, well-presented buyer in terms of skin and hair. Another one comes out similar to that bear, just gave up on attitude out here. This bear has got more true shape when you get right in behind him, and then the bear we used ahead of him at the same time. He's more forward in the front part of his knee. He's just not as comfortable in his overall skeleton out here and just wants to fight us a little more on the whip. Here's a bear that is more comfortable than the 2 we previously used, and I like this bear from his shoulder back. He's fresh through the center portion of his body. He's got great shape and spread. He's a bear that's conditioned very well in terms of shape and muscle. He's good as he leaves you going away. We got to change that front 1/3. His shoulder gets the most forward. He's the lowest set out here of our top 5. He just needs to be taller at the point of his shoulder, relax him in his blade, and we could certainly move that bear up or spotted 2. Young man does a great job of driving and presenting that one. This one's just tighter hinged out of both ends of his skeleton. He's not as comfortable out of his hip and hind leg. And as we come on down here in 7, 8, and 9, this bear needs to be stouter featured, needs to be more genuine as he comes at you. This bear, the same thing. Gets a little straighter off of both ends of his skeleton. I like the pattern and build. I told the young lady this is a stout feature bear that's loose hinge. He's just got to have more true market shape. He's got to have more dimension when you get on top of him.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Albany FFA. 7th place, Addison Jones, Bell County 4-H. 8th place, J.C. Malloy, Seminole FFA. 9th place, Kenley Petrich, Riesel FFA. 10th place, Class 10, Dark OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 10, this is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 10, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 10, Dark OPB's second call to the show ring. Class 10, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 10, third and final call to the show ring.
Really a good class out here within our top 5, and drove those a couple different times. The bar that hits me the hardest coming through the chutes and then back in the big ring is this young lady's bar out here. Maybe you want to give up on her just a little as the drive goes on, but that's a bar that comes at you like a Mack truck. He's big chested, he's square, he's got a huge forearm, he's still got plenty of the stoutness of feature there to his hind leg. He's a bar that I think just still balances in poor proportions very well. He's big and broad up high. He's got a long upper hip, and he's got plenty of shape to go with it. Both of these bears, you could tweak them just a little in their rear pastern in terms of how they want to plant and drive just ever so slightly, but I thought that bear balanced and put the totals together the best for me out here. Here's one that's maybe one of the more impressive ones when you get on top of him. Outward shape to his blade. This thing's got a big rolled up back in him. He's awesome through the center portion of his body. He's very, very proportional in terms of his length to side, and then he's got just tons of power up high. He's not quite as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck and the top of his crest. More importantly, I separate first and second just in range of motion and rear pastern. That bear there is a bigger footed bear. He can use that rear pastern and rear ankle just a little bit better in our class winner, but that thing's a darn impressive when you get on top of him. Both of those bears driven extremely well. Really a good pair of bears up there. The longer the drive goes, I think this bear falls into third, just in terms of one that gets a little forward there in the front part of his shoulder. He gets a little forward there in his stifle, gets a little tucked up more in his flank. But again, you want to talk about one that's got a rolled up back. He's big there in the center portion. He's very good in his upper cage and lines there. I didn't read him balancing just quite as well. He's got a little more length to side to him than our first two. He gets a little rock forward there in the front part of his shoulder, but a very, very impressive bear when you get on top of him. Skin and hair and the way that bear is driven's maxed out. Congratulations on a very good bear there in third. I thought this bear worked his way up just in terms of one that's got proportions. You size him up compared to our top 4. He's not as bold about his chest. He's not as good out of the backside of his blade. He's not packing as big of a punch when you get right on top of him as those 3 studs ahead of him, but I like this bear just in terms of balance and proportions. His lines are level, true, and square on on the top side of his skeleton. He's a big arm bearer that's got stoutness of feature. That what works his way to the top of the class. He did a good job driving that bear a little longer than some of the other ones. Just needs to have a little more horsepower. Same can be said. This bear pairs with that one. This one gets flatter in his upper blade. He doesn't have the turn there. The center portion of his back. He's the plainest in the seat of his britches when you get right in behind him in terms of his upper stifle in his lower rump there. He just needs to pack a bigger punch. This pig that comes out next, young lady does an awesome job of driving and presenting a very practical market hog that's sound structured, just gives up in terms of stoutness of feature. He's a finer haired bear that gets a little frailer in his arm and his front foot. He just needs to be genuinely stouter and have a stronger foundation down low in order for me to move him up. This bear does do that at the same time. He gets a little piecey, rounder out of his shoulder and neck. We round out the class with just a few more that we just need to change off of one end of the skeleton or the other. Once again, an excellent class, very strong up there on the top end. Big round of applause for all those kiddos here in class 2.
Your results from Class 9. First place, Paige Marshall, Wall FFA. Second place, Landry McQueen, Lavernia FFA. Third place, Georgia Beal, LaPorte FFA. Fourth place, Hallie Heinrich, Lubbock County 4-H. Fifth place, Brody Jones, Stamford FFA. Sixth place, Kate Womack, Canyon New Braunfels FFA. Seventh place, Avery Casas, Klondike FFA. Eighth place, Brody Stanton, Shallowwater FFA. Ninth place, Kenley Sorrells, Poolville FFA. And 10th place, Presley Lehman, Wilbarger County 4-H. First and seconds from class 8 and 9. This is your first call back to the show ring to be reweighed. First and seconds from class 8 and 9. This is your first call back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second place from class 8 and 9. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds from class 8 and 9. This is your second call to the show ring. First and seconds from class 8 and 9. This is your third and final call to the show ring. First and second from class 8 and 9. Third and final call to the show ring.
Challenging class to probably line up here in our third class, but we got quality without a doubt. The young exhibitors are doing an awesome job. Just some areas to tweak and concern probably within our top two. And I guess as I step back and just ask myself which one is the most unique, that has the most quality, it is our class winner without a doubt. This bear is tidier about his head and his neck. He presents a better look ahead of his blade, and with that he's still got stoutness to feature. He by far has the advantage in terms of shape to his blade. He's bigger in his back. He packs a bigger punch when you get right in behind him in terms of his upper hip and his lower stifle, but still a bear that's presented extremely well. I get nitpicky on him just a little when you step right in behind him. He needs to go square there and more genuine from hock to ground. More specifically, his rear feet and rear ankle needs to be bigger. His toes need to hit square and more genuine, but at the same time, that one swallows our second place bear just in terms of shape and spread and stoutness of feature, and he also has the advantage ahead of his blade in terms of show ring look out here. Soundness of structure, base width, and squareness is what lands this bear here into second. This spotted appearing bear is very loose hinged out of his hip and hind leg. He does have the advantage as he goes directly away from you in terms of squareness to his hock and where his rear foot hits the arena surface. At the same time, he's a lot plainer and blander up high. When you get studying him out of the backside of his blade, he's not rolled up as big there in the center portion of his back, and at the same time, he's not as unique ahead of his blade, but just overall squareness of skeleton, comfort, hip and hind leg, that one needs to go into second for me within this drive. Here's a bear that comes out next here in 3. If we could change this one when he comes at you, by far the narrowest chested. He's the least genuine as he comes directly at you. We need to make him bolder there in his chest. We need to make him more genuine and square from knee to ground. He too gets a little plainer in his shape compared to our class winner within the top 3, but at the same time, he's a bear that patterns well. His lines are in the symmetry at the top side of his skeleton's very good. Still got some stoutness of feature to go with it. He could hinge just a little looser off of both ends of his skeleton. More importantly, as we talked, the bear's got to come at you with a bigger, broader chest and a square knee in order for me to get him in our top pair. This bear that comes out next just gets a little more piecey. He's the shortest in his upper hip. He wants to swivel and sway as he plants and drives away from you. His lower body shape from the forerib to flank is not quite as good as some of those other ones, but a good looking bear that's still practical market hog for a heavyweight. Young man does a good job of driving and presenting him. Here's one that we worked up the line just in terms of shape and spread and overall feature. As you can see, this bear has got to reconstruct on his front shoulder. He needs to be elevated, relaxed back in his blade. We got to change those front paws in order for him to drive with more ease and authority out here in order for it to work him up higher. The young man does a good job of driving and presenting him. Skin and hair is maxed out here in our 6th place bear. Just gets a little too moderate. Honestly, gets a little pudgy for me out here. We need to lean him up just in terms of his front 1/3. I'd suck a little body out of that one, but at the same time, you got to appreciate the mass and product he does have. Appreciate his center body and cage. Just gets a little quicker and rounder there throughout the longer we study him in comparison to our top 5. A good bear that comes out next, more forward in his shoulder, needs more shape and to his center body. This bear gets a little frailer in his forearm. This bear is not as youthful as we round out the class and fresh in their overall appearance compared to our top end of this class. What's a kid? The kids are working extremely hard. If you would, help me around them with a round of applause. They go ahead and go back to the barn.
Class 11 white OPBs, this is your first call to the show ring. Your Class 10 dark OPB results. First place, Madeline Shaw, Navarro County 4-H. Second place, Hayden Shield Knight, Groover, FFA. Third place, Braylon Hall, Potter County 4-H. Fourth place, Jax Weatherby, Hill County 4-H. Fifth place, James Johnson, Wall FFA. Sixth place, Zachary Hughesman, Nazareth FFA. Seventh place, Slade Harris, Olton FFA. Eighth place, Whit Lowry, Comel County 4-H. Ninth place, Jackson Gilbreth, Crum FFA. And 10th place, Kaysen Irvin, Roosevelt FFA. Now we will go into our breed drive for dark OPBs from Class 8, Riley Smith, Midland County 4-H. From Class 9, Paige Marshall, Wall FFA. And from Class 10, Madeline Shaw, Navarro County 4-H. Class 11 white OPB, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 11, this is your second call to the show ring.
Again, a good breed out here. Definitely parts and pieces and different shapes and colors to work through, but the kids brought us a good set. If you would, give them a big round of applause for our 3 class winners out here. Again, small areas in this division that we could change each one of them here and there, and we can nitpick them just a little more than maybe some of the other breeds, but at the same time, I think these 3 offer quality. It just happens the one I like best has got a bad attitude, but young lady, you're right here, you'll be our champion.
Your champion dark OPB comes from Class 9, Paige Marshall, Wall FFA. Entering the ring is second place from Class 9, Landry McQueen, Lavernia FFA. Class 11, White OPB, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 11, this is your third and final call to the show ring. After our white OPB drive, we will break for lunch. Just a reminder, after the white OPBs, we will break for lunch.
Again, we dropped the second in. It certainly doesn't get any easier in our decision out here. And as I mentioned, there's an area or two we could tweak with each of them. You know, the lightweight, does he just have enough punch out here to compete against the two big horses? I'm not sure he does, but that's a good pattern bear that surfaced within that class. The one that we just used to win the last class, you know, this one's big and bold everywhere. He gets a little piece here, there throughout in his top line. And as we said, I square him just as he goes away from his hock to his rear foot and where he hits the arena surface. Then we drop in the second place, and as we commented, one that opens up extremely well. He's very proportional. He's big and broad when you get right in on top of him. He's still got enough feature for me, still got enough look. As we said, I'd relax his rear pastern just a little bit. So with all those things said out here, I think it's still three very good bears. One I like second best, young lady, second place.
Your reserve champion goes to Landry McQueen, Lavernia, FFA. Attention in the barn. Exhibitors that were fortunate enough to have the breed and reserve breeds, please return your bios to the announcer stand at your convenience. Those with breed and reserve breed, please return your bios back to the announcer stand. Class 12, white OPB, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 12, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 12, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 12, this is your second call to the show ring. Attention in the barn. Can I have Hattie Hawkins of Shallow Water FFA? Please come to the announcer stand. And Keegan Mason of Shallow Water. Keegan Mason and Hattie Hawkins of Shallow Water FFA, please come to the announcer stand. Class 12, White OPB, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 12, third and final call to the show ring.
One of the deeper classes that we've got a chance to look at and rework 6 or 7 of them here, and yet at the same time, the combination pig for me, the young lady in the red shirt drives. That one, again, he's very fresh, he's youthful for a bear of this weight. I like his pattern and his build from the side. He's more attractive ahead of his blade than our second place bear. He's got stoutness and density to his arm. He's got a big hind leg that's got the right set to his rear pastern, and yet at the same same time. You get on top of that one, still got enough genuine shape. You set him into motion. That's the most attractive one that combines base width and squareness of skeleton in the right proportions and the right body length out here for me to go ahead and win with. The one that comes here in second, you can say that this one has more horsepower. He's wider, he's bolder up high, but at the same time, he's not as attractive ahead of his blade. Study him there through his crest, his lower throat lash. He's not as attractive as our class winner. And you set that guy into motion no longer than we drove him. Gets a little choppy off of both ends of his skeleton, but I like that bear's horsepower. I like how dense and broad he is up high. Similar situation here. This bear has got fresh, genuine, hard muscle shape. He's a tall-fronted, elevated bear that's still got a loose hind leg. He falls into third for me in terms of width of chest. When he comes directly at you, his arm and his front foot combined with his hind legs, not as dense in the way he's constructed as our top two, but that's a sound, fault-free, good-looking rascal that's tall-shouldered, well-driven, well-presented. He's got a very loose build to his hip and his hind leg. A nice bear there. Just open him up there, stout him in his forearm and his feature in order for to compete against those top two. Here's a bear that comes out, chock full of muscle, shaped to his blade. He's got a big back lane in him. He's got a stout upper hip and rump. Still got a good running gear from behind in terms of range of motion. At the same time, I didn't read this one balancing quite as good on the side profile as our top three. He's more moderate in his type and kind, gets a little shorter there in his cannon. He too, for a bear of this weight, we could change him up through the top of his crest and neck. We could extend him and clean him in his lower throat lash, but a good bear that's driven well. Here's a very well presented, well driven bear that comes out. Young man knows exactly where his holes is. That's when he drives directly at you. He's the narrowest and flattest in his chest. He closes in at the most at his knee. You get off of the profile of him, I'm not sure his lines balance and blend quite as good in the center portion of his back, but that's a fresh, youthful one that's awful well presented. The young man does a killer job of driving and presenting that one. Just need to change an area or two in this very competitive class. Here comes another one out that I like a lot of things about. I thought he got a little tighter out of his hip and hock. He's not as secure out of his rear foot and ankle. He doesn't want to plant and use that for more specifically from hock to ground as good as the ones we had on up the line. A well-driven, well-presented, tall-fronted bear that's still got some shape. He's got to go better. He's got to be looser hinged out of his hip and hind leg. Here's a stout, burly one that'll fool you from the side just in terms of skin and hair and density. It's when this young lady drives this bear at you. He has to be square in his chest, knee to ground in order for me to move him up. He's got to be stronger in the front foot. More importantly, he's got to be more genuine. That's what slides him down into 7 today. But a stout featured one that's got shape and product, got to be more genuine. Intriguing bear that comes out next. Quite honestly, he's not quite as fresh and youthful in his skin as overall appearance, but a feature. That's a big arm. That's a loose hind leg. That's a bear that's still rolled up and got some shape. He's not as fresh and youthful up through his head and neck. I change him in his skin tone and coat just a little bit, but that's an interesting bear there to be on down the line in 7 and 8. This bear needs to be better at the top of his neck. Didn't read this bear to have as much center body and just bulk and power. This bear gets a little straighter and plainer there in the front part of his blade and when you get on top of him. Once again, an awesome class. I thought one of the deeper classes we've got to go through, especially on the top end. Big round of applause for Class 1 here in our whites.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
FFA. 6th place, Lacey Seidenberger, Glasscock County 4-H. 7th place, Braley Kirkpatrick, Tolar FFA. 8th place, Addison Havens, Donley County 4-H. 9th place, Kendall Rooser, Junction FFA. And 10th place, Brooks McKinley, Porter FFA. Class 11. This is your first call to bring first and seconds back to the show ring. Class 11, first call to bring first and seconds back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors from Class 12 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 11, this is your second call to bring your first and seconds back to the show ring. Class 11, second call for first and seconds back to the show ring. At the conclusion of our white OPB drive, we will take a 30-minute lunch break and reconvene at 1:30 with Class 13 Hamps. 1:30, we will reconvene with Class 13 Hamps.
Another good class of these whites, and I guess I wouldn't argue a great deal on how you want to line up these top 3 or 4, but I do think these are the ones that bring the quality to within this class, and yet there's differences. We just got to change or tweak maybe an area with each of them, but at the same time, the one that's the most comfortable in his skeleton, especially within the top pair, is our class winner, just in terms of range of motion. He can take 8 to 10 steps more than that bear over there. He remains very, very comfortable. He's big and broad and fresh when you get on top of him. He leaves you with a big upper hip and stifle. Every once in a while, you could just watch him as he goes away from you. His feet and his rear ankle read true and still genuine in a bear that just offers us some freshness there to the center portion of his body. He's still good when you get on top of him. I'd change and just blend the top of his crest just a little bit better, but that one's the athlete within our top pair. Without a doubt, there's some things I really like about this one. His stoutness a feature. That's a huge forearm. That's a stout jaw. That's a big stout. He's stout between his eyes when he comes directly at you, and he's got a big arm and a big hind leg to match that. He's very good on the top side of his neck and into the back side of his blade. He's very broad and he's got all kinds of shape. He just doesn't want to catch another gear out here. He's slower paced. He's more lethargic on both front and rear, but that one balances very, very good. He's got the added feature that it takes here at Austin, and combining that with being big and broad up high. Just wish he would grab another gear within this top pair. The one that comes out of 3, good through the center portion of his body, very good in terms of shape up high. He's a loose hinge bear out of his hip and hind leg. He's the narrowest when he comes right at you in his chest floor. He closes and caves the most in his knee. He gets the softest foot at about his front feet, and I change him and reconstruct him and the top of his head and neck as well. Similar situation here. This bear I just didn't read as fresh and unique up through his head and neck. He too gets just a little rounder, not as fresh in his overall appearance as our top 3. The one that we bring out here in 5, one that's put together well in terms of skin and hair. I don't read that one as fresh and youthful either. When you study him through his head and his neck, his lower body cavity is just a little drier from forerib to flank. He too's not as opened up when he comes right at you. He needs to have more shape to his outer portion of his blade. He needs to have more horsepower underneath just in terms of width of chest and squareness. This one does offer us a little more in those regards. I like this bear from his shoulder back. He's big up high. He's a big pin bear that's still loose about his hip and hind leg. I'd change his front 1/3. Gets a little more forward there in his shoulder. Gets a little crustier on the top side of his head and neck. This bear doesn't open up as wide and true and genuine of our top 7. He needs to be broader in his chest floor. He needs to be more pulled apart. He too gets a little more edgy when you step in behind him. Wants to plant on the outside of his hoof fall. He's not as true and genuine and square from hip hock to ground as some of the other ones. Again, a good class all the way up and down the line. This bear gets a little tighter out of his rear pasterns, not as stout in his forearm. This bear just needs a little more look and athleticism. Similar situation on this bear. It needs to relax him in the front part of his shoulder. Once again, another good class. Let's give those kids a round of applause here in class 2.
Your Class 12 results: first place, Jackson Vickle, Brazos FFA. Second place, Tucker Stork, Hamilton FFA. Third place, Lily Cooper, Lubbock County 4-H. Fourth place, Tristan Jordan, Lubbock County 4-H. Fifth place, Burke Waldrip, Dallam Hartley County 4-H. Sixth place, Valerie Harper, Lamb County 4-H. Seventh place, Hunter Butler, Bell County 4-H. Eighth place, Emery Galovich, Taylor County 4-H. Ninth place, Bailey Bruner, Lorena FFA. And 10th place, Laney Campbell, Johnson County 4-H. We will now proceed into our white OPB breed drive. From Class 11, Emilia Hitzfelder, Dahannis FFA. And from Class 12, Jackson Vickel, Brazos FFA.
Again, a very good class and a good breed of pigs out here to work through. If you would, big round of applause for our two class winners. Again, there's trade-offs probably between both of them out here, and there's differences that you could talk about within each of them. I guess for me, one just remains comfortable out here. He's bigger and bolder, especially when you get right in on top of him out here. He's not as stout in his forearm as another one, but at the same time, he offers us all kinds of shape and spread, still maintains comfort level, still to maintain squareness. Young man out of the last class.
Your white OPB champion comes from Class 12, Jackson Vickel, Brazos FFA. Entering the ring is second place, Tucker Stork, Hamilton FFA.
We drop in the second, as we just commented, for the whites out here. I'm not sure that there's been one that came through the ring just as stout and as impressive as his jaw and his forearm. He's got a huge hind leg. His lines balance and blend, and yet I still think he's fresh enough for a heavyweight bar. I wish he'd just grab just a little more of a gear out here, because at the same time, his angles read good enough out of his hip and hind leg. One I like second best, extra stout. Young man second place.
Your reserve champion, Tucker Stork, Hamilton FFA. At this time, we will take a lunch break. We will reconvene at 1:30.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
Class 13 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 13 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 13, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 13 Hamps, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 13, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 13 Hams, third and final call to the show ring. Class 14, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 14, this is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give this first class of Hamps a round of applause as these exhibitors leave the show ring. Class 14, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 14, second call to the show ring. Class 14, this your third and final call to the show ring. Class 14, third and final call to the show ring. Attention in the barn, exhibitors, just a reminder, this is a water-only show. No other substance other than H2O can be allowed on your animal.
Good way to lead off our Hamp show here, and I think we will start with one that demands your attention from the time he comes out of the gate. That's a big chest, that's a square, bold front end when he comes right at you, and then he comes at you with that intimidating head. In terms of jaw, he's the biggest bladed bear. He's very boxy and proportional. He's very good through the center portion of his body cage as well. You get on top of him, boldness reads there throughout. He's huge through his cage. He's impressive when you get on top of him, and then a bear that's packing that much heat in terms of width and base, he leaves you very, very genuine and square. He's got good angles. He can get out and motor. Easy class winner. Great place to start off our Hamp show. The one we got in 2, I like this one. When you get right on top of him, he too, like our class winner. That's a bold blade. He's big up high. He's good through the center portion of his body. He's good through his upper hip and stifle. He's not as attractive up through his head and neck, and I didn't read him being quite as athletic there as you take him from behind. Just in terms of range of motion, more of his movement wants to be up in his hip. He doesn't want to plant and use that rear hoof and heel as good as our class winner, but a nice pair of bears up there at the top end. This bear is just a little tighter haired, if you will, but he's got an awesome look from the side. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting this one. He's the tallest shouldered, most extended of our top 3, but at the same time, he gets a little longer in his side. He gets a little tighter there in his forerib. His body shape's not quite as good as the 2 we had ahead of him, and then he doesn't have quite the horsepower underneath when he comes directly at you, but good in terms of pattern silhouette, very good in terms of lines coming out of the backside of his blade down his top line. Here's a bear that I like just for stoutness of feature. At the same time, gets a little piecier. He gets a little plainer up into his head. He gets a little softer on those front feet. I didn't read his rear wheels quite as good. He's not as athletic in his rear foot and ankle. Doesn't want to track and plant quite as square and true and genuine as the bears that preceded him here in class. But you talk about feature and talk about the extra added hair and just overall skin and hair and look. Young lady does a great job of driving and presenting that one. The one that comes out next is a pig that I like from the side profile. A bear that's got shape there to the center portion of his blade. He's good through his good out of his hip and hind leg. To me, he gets a little more moderate and a little more quick. He's probably a bear that we got a little too full out here. That throws him off just from his balance standpoint and look standpoint from the side, but very impressive as you step in behind him just in terms of pin width and squareness of hock. This bear is not as good of our top 5 or 6. He's the driest in his forerib and body. He too gets rocked forward in the front part of his blade. Not as youthful up through his head and neck, but a good bear just in terms of composition, good in terms of just shape and overall product. Just need to relax him in his front part of his shoulder. Just need to give him just a little fresher look for this weight class. The one that comes out next, didn't read him as stout in his features. When you take him there to his forearm, front ankle, his hind legs not as big and bold as some of the ones that we had ahead of him, but very fresh and youthful on the top side of his skeleton. He too needs to grab another gear out of his hip and hind leg in order to move him up. On down the line here, we got a bear that comes out extra stout, dense, and hairy. Didn't read him quite as sound and athletic. Round out the class with just 2. They get a little moderate, a little quick in their appearance. Relax them in the front part of their shoulder. Once again, a good class. Nice way to start off our Hamp show.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
7th place, Harrison Lipum, Stonewall County 4-H. 8th place, Larson Allen, Jim Ned, FFA. 9th place, Emery Humphreys, Sudan, FFA. And 10th place, Adelie Birkenfeld, Nazareth, FFA. Class 15 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 15, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 15 Hamps, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 15, this is your second call to the show ring. Just a reminder, parents, please stay out of the loadout alley. Only exhibitors are to take their animal to the back. Parents, please stay out of the loadout area.
Really a good pair of show bears, and honestly, these two surface to the top to me rather handily within the class, and I think bring a lot of similarities to the table. Both of them are extremely well presented, and yet at the same time, they're still immature to be lightweights here in Class 2 at Houston, and yet at the same time, I'm both very comfortable with both of them skeleton. Both of them got enough shape and spread at the same time. The bear that we're going to lead off with, young man there in the blue, I think he uses his rear foot and his rear ankle. He's got more cushion there. That allows him to plant, push, and drive with a little more ease and comfort. He can really plant that head of his body cavity and then push it behind his tail head. He's the most impressive of our top two when you get on top of him. He's bigger and bolder right here than our second place bear, and at the same time, I think he just packs a bigger punch everywhere when you get right in on top of him and study him in that regard. He's got enough features. He's sharp dressed, good looking. I think a good place to start. I really like this bear here that comes in two, and I think he pairs very well with our class winner. That's an elevated bear that's still extended. I don't read his skeleton to be quite as flexible off of either end. His shoulder can get just a little more forward. He too, you study his rear foot and his rear ankle. His rear feet aren't as big as our class winner, and they're not as well opened up and spread there when you study him right down at the ground. That doesn't allow him to push and plant with as much ease and comfort as our class winner, but man, that thing's easy on the eyes just in terms of the way he's presented. His silhouette pattern and lines are awesome and deadly from the side. Here's a stoutie that comes out next. Just doesn't have the look of our top two bears. Gets a little softer about those front feet. He gets more mature about his head and his neck compared to the other ones. Wants to get a little rounder there throughout, but that thing's got a bunch of muscle laid in him. He's big about his blade. He's bowled up high. He leaves you very impressive in terms of his upper hip and his stifle. His squareness from hip hock to ground is very impressive when you step in behind him. He's not as sharp dressed, not as extended up through his head and neck as the first two that we led off with. The bear that comes out next is a better profiling pig than the one we used ahead of him, just not as much gas in the tank. When you study him down low, he's not as big and bulky there through the center portion of his body as well. Gets a little shorter and rounder out of his hip. Even though he can use that hip and hind leg, he's got big feet. He's got a big forearm to go with it. A well-driven, very well presented, an awful good bear there to lie in 4. As we continue on down the line here in 5, I thought this bear of our top 5, it gets the straightest off of both ends of his skeleton. His head reads a little more mature. His blade wants to rock forward. He's not as stable and secure about his hip and his hind leg in the way he wants to use that rear foot comparison to the ones we had ahead of him, but still a very good bear. This bear is very intriguing, a very loose skeleton bear that's got it's got slope and angle to his front shoulder and knee. He's got a very loose hind leg in the way that he's hinged. He's not as fresh and youthful. Just study him up through his head and neck. Doesn't read as fresh and youthful as the 5 that we used ahead of him, but still a stoutie just in terms of foot and bone. This bear that comes out next, he too, a little softer about his front feet. I need just to change his head shape. I'd stouten him in his feature. His blade gets rocked a little more forward there compared to our top 7. And then we bring another pig out, similar situation, gets a little softer on his front feet. Elevation and look doesn't work as his advantages within this class. I'd make him a little taller fronted, secure his front feet, give him more extension up front. And then we round out the class with still some very good bears that got some shape and dimension. They either get a little narrower, a little flatter in their front feet. But once again, a good class, good pair of bears up there in class 2 of the Hamps. Let's congratulate those kids as they go back.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top-dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Fredericksburg FFA. 8th place, Seeley Evans, Winkler Loving County 4-H. 9th place, Peyton Utley, Young County 4-H. And 10th place, Bowen Holder, Hale County 4-H. Class 16 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 16, first call to the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 16, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 16, second call to the show ring. Class 16, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 16 Hamps, third and final call to the show ring.
Good class of bears, and up here at the top end, the two bears that we got in first and second, I'll be the first to admit, they don't exactly resemble each other, but yet I think they're the ones that put the totals together that got some far-reaching pieces, and yet at the same time, the bear that's the most balanced is our class winner. He's the tallest at the point of his blade, he's the most extended ahead of his blade, and at the same time, the lines and levelness to his upper lines and the silhouette he paints from the side is better than the one that we've got in two. And I would say at the same time, he's a longer hip version of our class winner. He's longer in his upper hip and rump and still maintains that. Still's got squareness to the highest degree. Now, what makes it close is he's not as stout featured as our second place bear, just in terms of when you study him to his jaw and his forearm and his hind leg. This one does have more stoutness of feature. With that feature, it comes in a little piecier of a package. His blade wants to to rock forward. He's not as unique about his head carriage, and then at the same time, he gets a little shorter and rounder out of his upper hip and rump. But that one's got all kinds of hair. He's got all kinds of feature to go with that stoutness, and yet at the same time, it's got good shape and spread. He just doesn't put all those totals together into one package like our class winner does. Here's a bear that's very, very loose ends and loose skeleton. He's not maybe the hairiest one out here, but again, at the same time, I think practicality of a market hog just in terms of range of motion, this bear is very, very good in that regard. He's good in out of the angle to his front shoulder. He can reach and flex out of his hip. At times, it throws his balance off. He wants to tuck and duck a little more. He's the lowest set there to his tail head. He wants to round out the most in his upper hip, in his upper rump there compared to the top three. Those things throw him out of balance just in sorts, and at the same time, he's not as dense and stout featured as the two we run ahead of him. Young lady's got a good bear here, and at the same time, I thought 3 and 4 get a little more piecey in their kind. This bear's shoulder can get rocked forward a little more. He's a little softer about his front feet, but from his blade back, he's got a huge ditch working down his top. He's still got shape and expression to go with it. I'd relax him in his left rear ankle as well, just allow him to push, plant, and drive with more ease and comfort, but a good bear there to be in 4. Here's a bear I like from his hip forward. I like this bear just in terms of one that's fresh. He's youthful. At the same time, he's got shape to his blade. He's good through the center portion of his cage. He gets a little different as you analyze him out through his hip and rump. Wants to teeter and totter there just a little more. Gets a little plainer in his upper hip and rump. He just needs to push and go just with a little more ease and comfort. But that's a good bear that's well driven and well presented out here to be in 5. The bear that comes out next, don't read him as fresh and youthful. It's his skeletal build and just overall shape and product and look from the side that allows him to get within our top 6. We need to freshen him up just through his head and neck there in order to move him up. On down the line here, we still got some good bears. This bear is not as genuine when he comes at you. Chest, knee to ground needs to be better. Raise him up on his front pasterns. Gets a little shorter in his upper hip as well. And then we got some bears the kids are still doing a great job with. Just need to change them in an area or two. The bear on the far side's got to have more center body. But once again, a good class here in class 3. Let's give all those Hampshire exhibitor kids a round of applause as they go.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Hey, 7th place, Oakley Cud, Terry County 4-H. 8th place, Easton Malone, Merkel FFA. 9th place, Creed Cozart, Brown County 4-H. 10th place, Cooper Flynn, Moody FFA. Class 17, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 17, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 17, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 17, second call to the show ring. Class 17 Hamps, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 17, third and final call to the show ring.
You know, not the probably deepest class up and down the line, but two of the better quality bears I think we've had a chance to look at, and they happen to come in the same class. Man, I couldn't be happier. You know, if that one of my kids was showing these two and I got beat in class, I can't say that I'd be the happiest show dad, honestly. But I think these two are very, very good, and they resemble each other in a lot of ways, and yet at the same time, they're bears that are comfortable in their skeleton. They're wide, they're square, they're true, they're genuine, they're good in their body shape, they're fresh and youthful for bears of this size, and man, they bring some stoutness both at the ground and up high when you get on top of them. The one that's the most genuine when he comes at you like a Mack truck. He's awesome through his chest, he's bold about his arm, he's got roundness there to his blade, he's a little tidier at the top of his head and neck and the way that his face extends. He's awesome just in proportions. He's got a big old fat hind leg to go with it, and yet at the same time packing a bunch of heat up high. Nothing to take away. I love the way this bear is presented in terms of skin and hair. He's equally as impressive. You get right in on top of him, that's a big blade and a big back that comes strong out of the backside of his blade. He's just maybe wanting to get a little more lethargic the longer the drive went. I didn't think his top of his neck and his chest when he comes right at you was quite as good as our class winner, but man, that's an awful good pair. Young lady's doing an awesome job at driving and presenting. Without a doubt, here comes another one that's very, very good in his own right. In comparison to our top two, he's the frailest about his front forearm. He's the frailest about his ankle, gets the most squishy up front, and I would stouten his head just a little bit in contemporaries. We could have used this pig to win a lot of other classes. He's well dressed, he's sharp looking, he's awesome in terms of skin and hair and just overall build and pattern, still being very, very proportional. as I said, separating the little things within the drive. This one, just you got to change his forearm and his front ankle just a little bit. Young man, you does an awesome job. That's 3 awesome bears that are very well presented, well dressed up here at the top of Class 4. The one that comes out next, I thought just gets a little plainer in his head shape. He gets softer about those front feet. He needs to be cracked open as he comes and goes in comparison to those other ones. The bear that comes out next, I thought gets a little tighter hinged out of his hip and hind leg. He's not as athletic and comfortable off of either end of his skeleton, but a fresh-bodied, good-looking bear there to go into 5. As we come on down the line here, just ran into a few more structure issues or ones that weren't quite as square and true and genuine in their skeleton. But once again, an awesome class. 2 hammers up there at the top end. Let's give those kids a round of applause as they go back.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.
4-H. 6th place, Kaylee Simon, Brazos Christian FFA. 7th place, Copper Ferris, Nazareth FFA. 8th place, Braylon Wilson, Gaines County 4-H. 9th place, Gavin Gaines, Nices County 4-H. 10th place, Sydney Hippolito, Dripping Springs FFA. Class 18, this year first call to the show ring. Class 18 Hamps, this is your first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors of Class 17 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Attention in the barn. If you have a vehicle parked in Corral A of Lot B, that is a lot right next to the Howdy trailer. We ask that you move your vehicle. Again, that is Corral A and Lot B next to the Howdy trailer. Please move your vehicle. Let's give the rest of these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 18, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 18, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 18 Hamps, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 18, third and final call to the show ring.
Again, another very strong class up here on the top end. And as I said previously in a class or two ago, our first and second place bears don't exactly resemble each other. Both of them have some trade-offs. I guess I go back to the one that has the added feature just into his forearm. He's got a gigantic hind leg, and yet he's the best in his center body from his forerib to flank. Man, this guy's impressive when you get on top of him. He's big and massive and broad up high. He's got a big upper hip and a pin set to go with it. And man, for packing that much heat, the angle to his front shoulder and knees very good, and he can flat out use that hip and hind leg. He's a big-footed bear that's loose about his rear ankle that can push, plant, and drive. What I thought made it a little close was that, do you call this guy's head just quite good enough? He gets a little more mature maybe about his head and neck, but I thought his added stoutness of feature, his advantage in terms of range of motion, and then his center body there was deserving to be the class winner with here in this class. I thought an awful good bear to lead off class 5 of our Hamps here at Austin. The one we got in second is very easy on the eyes. He's a tall fronted bear. He is more extended at about the top side of his neck and underneath his throat lash. With that, he gets a little stiltier off of both ends of his skeleton. His blade at times can get a little straighter and a little more forward. I don't seeing him as robust there through his heart and his lower body, but that's show bear alert just in terms of one that's tall fronted, he's up headed, and he's loose hinge. He doesn't have as much feature, as I said, as our class winner, just maybe not quite as good through his lower body, and then gets a tick straighter there the longer the drive goes, but an awful good bear that's very well presented. Same with this bear. I thought he got a little tighter hinged as the drive went on. His blade wants to rock forward just a little more. He was the shortest in his upper hip and rump. He wants to pound that rear leg just a little more instead of plant pushing and driving, especially his left one there. But that's a fresh, youthful bear for to be here in class 5. That's an awful well presented bear there to land in 3. Here's one that's big and robust about his blade. He's good about his center portion of his body. The longer I study him, I don't think he's as fresh and youthful in his head and neck. And you step off, he doesn't want to tie quite as right there where the white comes up over his blade, throws his off. His lines aren't quite as good from the profile, but he is a stout rascal. It's got the extra hair and the extra feature to go with it. Another good bear there to land into 4. Here's a fresh, youthful bear that comes out next. I thought he got of our top 5. Gets a little more moderate. He gets a little quicker in his maturity. This one by far has got the most condition on him up through his head and neck. I'd extend him in that regard. Gets a tick rounder there throughout, but base width, fundamentals, awful good. Strengthen his front feet as well in order to move him up. As we come down here into 6, we still got a good bear that comes out next. He's not as robust about his heart and his center body. He too gets rocked forward just a little bit. There's just not as much to this one when you get right on top of him compared to his contemporaries that preceded him in class, but a good bear that's well driven and well presented the young lady has here in 6. Here's a bear that back there hit me initially pretty hard for having that shape and that added feature. I thought this pig gets just a little more forward in the front part of his shoulder as well. Wanted to get a little wrinkly there in his ham loin the longer the drive went. On down the line, still got some good bears, excellent set of kids. Just need to change them off of one end or the other. Once again, a good top end, a good trio up there on this class here in class 5.
Your results from class 17. First place, Brinley Becker, Live Oak County 4-H. Second place, Matthew Gober, Haskell FFA. Third place, Braylon Yeager, Ropes FFA. Fourth place, Hayes Dean, Jim Ned FFA. Fifth place, Mason Sawatsky, Seminole FFA. Sixth place, Jenna Todd, Comal County 4-H. Seventh place, Lane Lowry, Comal County 4-H. Eighth place, Braden Forts, Marion FFA. Ninth place, Cambry Heathcote, Highland FFA. 10th place, Henry Decker, Knox County 4-H. Champion and reserve champion breeds, please bring us your bios to the announcer's table. If you were champion or reserve champion breed, please bring us your bios to the announcer table. Again, if you were parked in Corral A, Lot B, next to the Howdy trailer, please move your vehicle. Corral A, Lot B, next to the Howdy trailer. Please move your vehicle. First and second, Hamps from classes 13 to 17. Start making your way back to the show ring. First and seconds from classes 13 through 17. This is your first call to make your way back to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second Hamps, classes 13 through 17. This is your second call to the show ring. If you were first or second in classes 13 through 17, this is your second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these last few exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. First and second Hamps, this is your third and final call from classes 13 through 17 to come back for the Bree Drive. First and second Hamps, 13 through 17, third and final call to the show ring.
Good class and a good way to wrap up. And I would listen for a little bit on second 3 and 4 and 5, but without a doubt, the one that needs to win, that hits me the hardest, is the young lady's thin-belted bar right here. That's the totals bar. He comes in. He was the last one out there in the sip pen. That one hits me hard. Just being one that's square and true and genuine. He's got an awesome look ahead of his blade, and yet he's got plenty of shape, plenty of freshness for a heavyweight Hampshire bar. He's impressive when you get on top of him, set that guy into motion. Everything balances and blends extremely well. He's got a loose hind leg. He's got good angle to his front knee and shoulder. Yeah, he's a little softer about those front feet, but this judge has never been one to beat him on that, because I'd rather have some angulation there to their shoulder and front knee than I would to have them tall fronted and a little straighter in that regard. Those front feet don't bother him a bit. They don't bother this judge a bit. That one's impressive when you get on top of him. He's unparalleled when he goes right away from you at the top of his hip to his stifle, hock to ground. That one's very, very genuine. Got a loose hind leg to go with it. I like that one a great deal to win this class, and quite honestly, I thought he was an easy class winner here in our last class of Hamps. The ones that we got in 2 and 3, you could debate these back and forth. This bear opens up with more chest. He's more genuine when he comes at you. He's got a big rolled up, fresh back laid in him. He's good through the center portion of his body. The parts and pieces don't go together in a line quite as well as bears on either side of him. Gets a little higher in his spine, gets a little off there at the top of his blade. He's not the athlete that the bears on either side of him is, but he's got more genuine punch. He's got more horsepower. He's got more total product than the one we got in 3. The one we got in 3, a very loose skeleton, elevated bear that's extended about his head and neck. Of our top 3, without a doubt, it's not even close. This one's the narrowest in his chest, caves in the most at his knee. That transitions back to his blade. He's not as big and robust there to his blade. He's not as good in his forerib as what those 2 that we had ahead of him, but still a very good pattern bear. The lines and elevation certainly read very, very good and square and genuine. This bear, I just couldn't get him to quite hinge loose enough out of his hip and hind leg. Too much of his movement's up in his hip. Doesn't want to use that rear pastern and hock in terms of planting and flexing and driving. He too's not as big right there in his heart and his forerib behind his blade. He doesn't have that outer curvature that our top 3 had, but at the same time, very easy on the eyes from the side. A bear that balances. His lines are good. He's well driven and well presented as well. The bear that comes out next wants to cave and funnel in his chest, knee to ground. This bear of our top 5 gets the most round in his upper hip. He's the roundest there. He's roundest constructed there out of his hip. He too is consequently the roundest out of his shoulder as well. He's got a big back. He's got a big blade working in him, and we certainly admire and appreciate those things. I just reconstruct that one. Just gets a little shorter in his upper hip and rounder there throughout. Bear is fighting just a little bit nodes and glands, and that takes away from him. He's not as athletic up through his front shoulder and his front foot as the ones we had ahead of him. And then as we come down the line, this bear needs to be stouter in his forearm, bigger in his front ankle. He needs to be more genuine as he comes right at you. But once again, a good class of Hamps. Let's congratulate those kids here in Class 6.
Class 19 Yorks, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 19, first call to the show ring. Your Class 18 Hamps results: first place, Adeline Poe, Grady FFA. Second place, Reese Huffaker, Post FFA. Third place, Ryder Fikes, Coleman County 4-H. Fourth place, Avery Mabry, Brock FFA. Fifth place, Quinn Ruman, Medina County 4-H. Sixth place, Kipton Phelps, Center FFA. Seventh place, Hadley Woodson, The Woodlands FFA. Eighth place, Rhett Anderson, New Home FFA. Ninth place, Kenley Rohan, Fort Bend County 4-H. And 10th place, Emerson Scott, Wiley Abilene FFA. We will now proceed to our Hampshire Breed Drive from Class 13, Grace Dean, Jim Ned, FFA. From Class 14, Grady Lowry, Troop, FFA. From Class 15, Weston Lackey, Haskell, FFA. From Class 16, Brinley Wilson, Midland County 4-H. From Class 17, Brinley Becker, Live Oak County 4-H. And from Class 18, Adeline Poe, Grady FFA. Class 19 Yorks, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 19, second call to the show ring.
Really an awesome set of these hamps, and I understand that it's the last Texas major here, and honestly, from a judge's standpoint, you're never sure what you're going to get with any of these, but hey, I'm satisfied. Obviously I haven't been to the rest of them. I've watched some of them online, but hey, these bears here at Austin and this set of bears is very, very good. If you would, big round of applause for all these 6 class winners out here. I'm very happy and satisfied from Class 1 to Class 6, and hopefully you see some resemblance in these bears. And again, I think it's close out here, and if you can't tell, it comes down to a pair of them out here for me. I think when you step back and study them, there's one that's just a little longer hipped, the way he uses his hip and hind leg and maintaining that base width. He's got all kinds of product to go with it up high. He's good through the center portion of his body, and I read him very, very genuine in his skeleton, as we've tried to reiterate and talk throughout the day. So I think it's close. It's an awesome set of bears. If you would, big round of applause. We'll get you a champion ham.
Your champion Hampshire comes from Class 18, Adeline Poe, Grady, FFA. Coming into the ring is Reese Huffaker, Post, FFA.
Again, we've got we drop in that second. It certainly doesn't hurt the mix out here at all. And there's quite a few of these that we could talk about yet that offer us a tremendous amount of quality. There's another one out here that's extra dense. He hit me hard early. I don't think his hips are just quite as long. He doesn't have quite as much range of motion out of his hip and his hind leg as our champion did. But man, this one packs a big punch. He's very easy on the eyes, wide, square, true, and genuine. Young lady's got our reserve.
Your reserve champion, Hampshire, comes from Class 16, Brindley Wilson, Midland County, 4-H. Class 19, Yorks. This is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 19, third and final call. Preston Lipum, Stonewall County 4-H. We're needing your animal in the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 20 Yorks, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 20, this is your first call to the show ring. Braxton Henson, will you please report to the announcer stand with your blue card? Braxton Henson, please report to the announcer stand with your blue card, please. Class 20 Yorks, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 20, this is your second call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring.
overall proportions and just body shape allows the young lady here in the red to lead off the class. A bear that comes at you very true and square and genuine there in his chest, and then he proportions the best from the side. He's the best of our top pair just through his heart and his forerib there. He's got a big hind leg to go with it, and I think for this class in this setting, his range of motion still plenty acceptable out here. He's big and broad up high, still got a good look there, comes at you wide, true, and genuine. He's more proportional than the bear that comes here in second. This bear is very tall fronted and elevated. He in his own right still very stout featured. I thought the top of his head and neck and the way that he uses his hind leg excelled the bear there in third. Ideally, he's got to be better through the center portion of his body and make him a shot more just proportional there throughout. Young lady here in the purple does an awesome job with this bear. I didn't read his lines tying in quite as good. His shoulder gets a little more forward. He's got a little more crest there at the top of his neck, probably for a lightweight. Just maybe needs to transition up high just a bit better in an area or two, but awesome in terms of shape. Still got some feature. All three of those bears extra stout and dense for bears of this weight. Here's one that comes out next. Very tall fronted, very attractive from the profile. He runs out of horsepower. He's the narrowest and narrowest when he comes at you in terms of his chest. He's the flattest in his blade of our top three, but a good pattern, good silhouette, a bear that still offers us some feature to go with it. This bear didn't want to balance quite as good. He gets thicker about his head and neck, and I didn't read his hip being quite as long and functional out of his upper hip and rump, just not quite as attractive. Good through the center portion of his body in terms of shape and spread. He's good there to the center portion of his rib as well. The one that comes out next, I thought just got a little more stilty off of both ends of his skeleton. He too, I'd rechange him and balance him in the top of his crest coming into his the center part of his blade there, but a fresh, youthful bear in terms of body shape, good in those areas. Just change him up through his front 1/3, and as he comes directly at you. Similar situation here. This bear gets a little more moderate of our top 7. He's the most compact, the shortest in his cannon. He too needs to be extended ahead of his blade, but you like his center body, you like his overall base width. On down the line here, just need to change these bears in an area or two, but once again, a good class up there on the top end. Let's give everybody here in the first class of Yorkshires a round of applause as they go back.
Primo Feeds is built on quality, and we're making it easy to get. Choose from over 230 Primo dealers nationwide, order online for pickup at one of our 16 warehouses, or use the Primo app for Primo Direct Delivery, straight to your door in Texas, Oklahoma, Indiana, Ohio, and California. Expanding nationwide soon. Founded by show feed enthusiasts, Primo knows fresh feed matters. Primo Feeds, next level quality and convenience at a fair price.
FFA. 7th place, Preston Lipum, Stonewall County 4-H. 8th place, Kinley Grayson, Abbott FFA. 9th place, Braxton Richters, Kahoma FFA. 10th place, Lexi Fox, Cypress Woods FFA. Class 21 Yorks, this is your first call to the show ring. Class 21, first call to the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 21, this is your second call to the show ring. Class 21. This is your second call to the show ring. Class 21, this is your third and final call to the show ring. Class 21, third and final call to the show ring.
Here in Class 2 of our Yorks, honestly, not the easiest class to probably align and to work with, but again, the kids are working hard. This bear's just got more than our second place bear. He's wider, he's bigger, he's broader up high. He lives on the edge just a little bit behind in terms of his hock placement, but there's just so much more power and true muscle there in that market hog to lead off the class. I like the pattern silhouette of this bear, just range of motion is good. He just gets too narrow Barrow when he comes right at you. He needs to be broader and have more true shape and power up high. And then when you step in behind him, he gets flatter in his upper stifle. He's the plainest of our top pair in that regard. So again, back and forth, give and take within that pair. That's how I saw him. I wouldn't argue if you wanted to line them up a little differently. Here's a bear that if we could change just his hip and hind leg, he's our class winner because he's a big arm bear that's stout featured. He does have the shape and product that we need up high within this class. It's just when you step in behind him, this one has to be square, truer, and more genuine to hawk to ground. That one wants to roll and bow just a little too much for me to use him any higher in this class. His rear feet and from hawk to ground has to be more genuine and square. This bear is that in that regard, but at the same time, he's the plainest in his jaw, he's the narrowest in his chest of our top four. Gets a little frailer in his front arm and his front ankle, but hip and hind leg, running gear's good. Skin and hair and presentation's very good on that bear. Just need more horsepower underneath in order to move him up. This bear just gets more stilty off of both ends of his skeleton. He's straighter out of his front shoulder and knee. Consequently, you transition to the rear third of him. He wants to stab and step just a little too hard and aggressive. He needs more range of motion out of his hip and his hind leg in order to move him up. Here's a bear that's got probably as much true shape and stoutness as anything. He just comes to us in a package that doesn't maybe want to balance and blend. You step in behind him, that one gets way too wide behind from stifle to stifle. We got to tame that back down, lengthen his upper hip and rump in order to move him up. On down the line here, still got some nice bears. We just want to change in an area or two with, and again, a challenging class there on the top end. Let's congratulate all those kids as they go back.
Your results from Class 20. First place, Cassidy Glass, Joshua FFA. Second place, Autumn Birkenfeld, Nazareth FFA. Third.
Husky from Winning Enterprises is a one-of-a-kind, multi-species supplement designed to promote show-ready shape, mass, and bloom. Its unique egg yolk-based formula maximizes nutrient absorption to deliver optimal results quickly. Build winning huskiness in your swine, goats, sheep, or cattle by top dressing with Husky for 30 days before exhibition. The results are undeniable. Feed the dog and see the change. Shop the Champions formula at winning-enterprises.com.
Placings first and second in classes 19 and 20. Start making your way back to the show ring. Classes 19 and 20, first and seconds. Start making your way back for the Yorkshire Breed Drive. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these exhibitors in Class 21 a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause as they exit the show ring. Class 19 and 20, first and seconds. This is your second call back to the show ring. First and second from class 19 and 20 for your breed drive. Second place Yorks from class 19 and 20. This is your third and final call to the show ring. Second place Yorks. This is your third and final call to the show ring for the breed drive.
Again, another challenging class here in the Yorkshire division, but I think our class winner just puts the most together into one package. A bear that's still fresh enough for this weight range, and yet he's a tall-shouldered bear that's got shape and definition up high. He's good in terms of stoutness of feature. You know, he's not the biggest and most robust there, probably through the center portion of his cage and body, but I thought he combined freshness and still having some shape and feature to go with it. The young lady's bear here in second, I think most resembles our class winner. That's a big arm, stout featured bear. This still opens up with some product. I didn't read him quite as fresh and probably as youthful up through his head and neck. And you stop off to the side of that one. I'm not sure his lines balance and blend quite as good coming out of the top of his neck and into his ham-loin junction, especially when we peel some of that hair off there. We could reconstruct him and just change him in that regard, but still two nice bears there to be up there at the top end. The one that comes out next, one that opens up with a tremendous amount of shape and definition up high. I thought of our top three, he gets a little straighter in the front part of his shoulder, just a little more lethargic out back in terms of his length of hip and his range of motion, but a good bear that's presented well. The young lady does a good job of driving that one as well. The next bear that comes out, good through the center portion of his body, a production-oriented bear that's still very proportional in terms of his length. You know, when he comes at you, he needs to be more genuine up front, chest, knee to ground. He needs, more importantly, to be lengthened in his upper hip and rump. He's the shortest and the quickest there in that regard. Gets a little quicker in his overall maturity pattern. Just need to lengthen those areas out. Similar situation with this bear. The short-tailed bear gets the shortest of the top five in his upper hip and rump. That doesn't allow him to plant, push, and drive with as much ease and comfort. I, too, would relax the front part of his shoulder back. Skin and hair presentation's on point. Stout and the feature is very, very good. Just need to lengthen that bear off of both ends of his skeleton. This bear is looser in his overall design at the same time. He gets rounder out of his hip and rump, gets a little plainer when you get to study him in that regard, especially his rear third. We just need to give him a shot more squareness to his upper hip and rump. This bear gets a little flatter footed and a little plainer in his overall design. Then we round out the class with a few bears. Once again, quality projects. The kids are doing an outstanding job. Just need to change them in an area too. Once again, big round of applause for Class 3 Yorkshire exhibitors.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
4-H. 7th place, Haskell Hohertz, early FFA. 8th place, Peyton Withorn, Crawford FFA. 9th place, Lexley Rawmakers, Nazareth FFA. 10th place, Brody Atterbury, Abernathy FFA. We will now proceed into our Yorkshire Breed Drive. From Class 19, Kenley Shield Knight, Groover FFA. From Class 20, Cassidy Glass, Joshua FFA. And from Class 21, Kason Bergen, Wichita County, 4-H.
Again, as we've done previously, big round of applause as we wrap up today for our 3 Yorkshire exhibitors. Again, I thought this breed brought some different flavors and types and shapes and sizes, but I am happy with these three as we bring them back out here. And again, you're splitting hairs. You could discuss and discuss this three as a trio, but all three of them, I think, covered the fundamentals that we tried to emphasize today in terms of squareness of skeleton and build. Ones that got to still have some shape up high, and then they need to have some feature and look and extension to go with it. The one that I think puts the most together into one package, young ladies, lightweight's our champion.
Your champion Yorkshire comes from Class 19, Kenley Shield Knight, Groover, FFA. Entering the ring, Jackson Hallbarter, Hondo, FFA.
One I like second best out here, and when you drop him back in, as we talked, that lightweight gets into the mix. He's not as bold there through his lower portion of his body shape there as some of the other ones, not quite as fresh in that design. The bear, as we talked, change him just a little bit out back in terms of width to his stifle and hock. And then we got a heavyweight bear that came out of a heavy division, a good class in that regards. Got the added feature, still got look, still maintains some freshness. He's my second favorite young ladies heavyweights reserve.
Your reserve champion Yorkshire comes from Class 21, Kaysen-Bergen, Wichita County 4-H.
Good night, Rodeo Austin. We'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m.
Out here, every acre has a story. It's where families work hard, plan, and take pride in what they do. Whether you're buying your first place, expanding your operation, or just getting through another season, we're here to help you grow, one good decision at a time. The leader in ag lending throughout Texas and New Mexico, Ag Trust Farm Credit.